Okay, okay. Where are we at? First, we delete some songs here. It's just all of this cringe. I think so. Just nuke it. All right. So we did get this to work last week, except that we need to change it completely to something completely different. That I don't really know how to use, so that'll be fun. Let's see here. I saved it in my bookmarks. Game dev. Bookmarks. Oh, stop. Game dev. Bottom flat buffers in Unity. Convenient cross-platform way to use flat buffers for Unity. Build flatbuffers.net compatible with Unity. Easy flat C schema code generating using Docker container. Based on .NET Docker image. Uses latest master commit of flat buffers. Create your schema FPS. Use flat C to generate your code. Grab .NET DLL for Unity from releases. Done. I have no idea what that just meant. Create your schema FPS. What the fuck does that mean? Writing a schema. Flat buffers. All right, let's read this, see if they can actually help us a little bit. Flat buffers website. Schema file. Whatever that is. Pop it over there. Struct sample. Table ghost recording. Deltas. Table. the difference between a table and a struct? When it comes to the pipeline required to get this working, I was disappointed at how little was available. No easy Docker container to get flat C, working cross-platform, no ready-built .NET library for Unity to get started. So I built this and open sourced it on our company GitHub. Using this Docker container, it is easy to create your serialization/deserialization code using the following snippet. Docker run itv $ shell ewd :/fb game roaster /flat buffers unity blah 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 bin /bash c. Okay. This will mount your current working directory into the container. It is expecting to find a schema FPS file in here and generate the necessary code for Rust and C# for you in two files called schema. I just don't know how to pronounce that shit. Schema. Flat buffers. I think this is where we want to into this. The syntax of the schema language, aka IDL interface definition language, should look quite familiar to users of any of the C family of languages and also of users of other IDLs. Namespace my game, attribute priority, enum color byte. Union any monster weapon pickup. Struct vec3 x float y float z float. Table monster. Tables are the main way of defining objects in flat buffers and consist of a name, here monster, and a list of fields. Each field has a name, a type, and optionally a default value. If the default value is not specified in the schema, it will be 0 for scalar types or null for other types. Some languages support setting a scalar's default to null. This makes the scalar optional. Fields do not have to appear in the wire representation, and you can choose to omit fields when constructing an object. You have the flexibility to add fields without fear of bloating your data. This design is also FlatBuffer's mechanism for forward and backward compatibility. Note that you can add new fields in the schema only at the end of a table definition. Older data will still read correctly, give you the default value when read. Older code will simply ignore the new field. If you want to have flexibility to use any order for fields in your schema, you can manually assign IDs, much like protocol buffers. See the ID attribute below. You cannot delete fields you don't use anymore from the schema, but you can simply stop writing them in your data for almost the same effect. Additionally, you can mark them as deprecated, as in the example above, which will prevent the generation of accessors in the generated C++ as a way to enforce the field not being used anymore. Careful, this may break code. I don't really understand what the hell they're talking about. Cannot delete fields you don't use anymore from the schema. Why wouldn't I be able to do that? I've written them once, why can't I just... Like, what are they talking about? In what scenario is this the case? Like, it says forward and backwards compatibility. So, like, in what case can I not do this? just write a new schema. But it's about forward and backwards compatibility, so it's about being able to send data properly to like an older version. Sounds very limited in usefulness. Structs similar to a table, only now none of the fields are optional, so no defaults either. And fields may not be added or be deprecated. Structs may only contain scalars and other structs. Use this for simple objects where you are sure no changes will ever be made, as quite clear in the example of Vec3. Structs use less memory than tables and are even faster to access. They are always stored inline in their parent object and use no virtual table. I mean, that is a level, right? More or less, right? Types, arrays. Unions share a lot of properties with enums, but instead of new names for constants, you use names of tables. You can then declare a union field, which can hold a reference to any of those types, and additionally a field with the suffix _type is generated that holds the corresponding enum value, allowing you to know which type to cast to at runtime. It is possible to give an alias name to a type union. This way a type can even be used to mean different things depending on the name used. This namespace will generate the corresponding namespace in C++ for all helper code. Java. Guidelines. Flat buffers is all about efficiency, but to realize that efficiency you require an efficient schema. There are usually multiple choices on how to represent data that have vastly different size characteristics. It is very common nowadays to represent any kind of data as direct dictionaries, as in e.g. JSON, because of its flexibility and extensibility. While it is possible to emulate this in flat buffers as a vector of tables with key and values, this is a bad match for strongly typed systems like flat buffers, leading to relatively large binaries. Flat buffer tables are more flexible than classes structs in most systems, since having a large number of fields, only few of which are usually used, is still efficient. You should thus try to organize your data as much as possible such that you can use tables where you might be tempted to use a dictionary. Similarly, strings as values should only be used when they are truly open-ended. If you can, always use an enum instead. Flat buffers doesn't have inheritance, so the way to represent a set of related data structures is a union. Unions do have a cost, however, so an alternative to a union is to have a single table that has all the fields of all the data structures you are trying to represent. If they're relatively similar, share many fields. Again, this is efficient because non-present fields are cheap. Flat buffers support the full range of integer sizes, so try to pick the smallest size needed rather than defaulting to int/long. Remember that you can share data, refer to the same string/table within a buffer, so factoring out repeating data into its own data structure might be worth it. Oh, Man, do I have my lip balm here anywhere? Holy shit. I used that thing in like a decade. Oh. Gotchas. Gamers and version control. How do you pronounce this shit? Like schedule? Schema? Schemas? Schedule? Scheme? Schema? Schema. Schema? Schematic. Schema. This word. Light when you need them. Holy shit. Oh my god. Writing your own code generator. What the fuck do you... Okay. Use in C#. Before diving into the flat buffer's usage in C#, it should be noted that the tutorial page has a complete guide to general flat buffers usage in all of the supported languages, including C#. This page is designed to cover the nuances of flat buffers usage, specific to C#. You should also have to read the building documentation to build flat C and should be familiar with using the schema compiler and writing a schema. Schema. The code for the flatbuffer C library can be found at flatbuffer/net/flatbuffers. Blah 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 blah. See, this is entirely new to me. This is why I hate programmers also. Because every fucking asshole programmer who puts code on GitHub, they just assume that everybody knows how to build and compile their shit. And like 99% of the time, it's not even a little bit straightforward. Like, it's not like you just... Like, maybe if you're using Linux or something, you can just type some bullshit in. But when you're building on Windows, it's usually like, oh, you need to do this, and you need to do that, and you need to do this, and you need to, like, type in this specific little code here, and you need to use all of these specific little flags when you build it, and oh, you need to use this specific program to build it, otherwise it doesn't work. You need to have this compiler. Like, I remember trying to figure out how to compile Asprite, And even with, he has extensive like step by step ways or a guide to fucking compile it, and it's still almost impossible. Like every single day there were like 5 people who were like, how do I compile this? And you had to help them through the compiling steps. .NET Build F Net Standard 2.0 Flat Buffers CS Proj. You can build for a specific framework target when using the cross-platform Net Core SDK. What is that? Alright, hold on. Try to build this shit. Yes, we do have to build for a specific .NET version, I think. I assume so, at least, because Unity uses .NET 4.0 or Standard 2.0. Yep, install that shit. So what did I just get? And what am I doing? Testing the flat buffer C# library. First, generate C# classes from your schema with the C# option to flat C. And include both flat buffers and the generated code to read or write a flat buffer. For example, here is how you would read a flat buffer binary file in C#. First, import the library and generated code. Then you read a flat buffer binary file into a byte and byte array. Then you turn the byte array into a byte buffer, which you pass the getRoot as my root type function. This snippet ignores exceptions for brevity. Byte data file read all bytes monster data underscore test.mon. Byte buffer bb equals new byte buffer data. All right. Monster.monster get root as monster. Wait, what? Root as my root type. Now you can access the data from the monster. That's for reading. How do you... Is it that easy? C# code naming follows standard C# style with Pascal casing identifiers, e.g. getRoot as my root type. Also, values except vectors and unions are available as properties instead of parameterless accessor methods. The performance-enhancing methods to which you can pass an already created object are prefixed with get. .get position, pre-constructed position. Only C0 here, but let me check. Oh, it might have been -8 this morning. I'm not sure. Additional compilation symbols. Building with CMake. Building with VCPKG. Building for Android. Using in CMake based projects. I don't want to do that. CMake. Get the software. Yeah, get the latest stable. Give me the latest stable. Oh, I'm super hungry. Finish downloading it, please. Don't make me reboot. Do not, yes, add it to path for everyone. Please. No reboot, no reboot, no reboot, no reboot. It's probably gonna make me reboot. In case it does that, we'll do that later. No reboot. Holy shit. Alright. We've got we've got CMake. Unix make files. What the fuck? Then build as normal for your platform. Note that to use Clang instead of GCC, you need to set up your environment variables, e.g. cc user bin clang, cxx user bin clang++, cmake, the Unix make files. Optionally run the flat test executable from the root flat buffers directory to ensure everything is working correctly on your SIFT system. If this fails, please contact us. Like, this is... I fucking hate this. This doesn't help me at all. I've only used CMake like once. Distribution. Where's the distro? Visual, and it says Visual Studio 10 here specifically, but what are we on? I don't even get it. If you're on Visual Studio 2022, that's not Visual Studio 10. What does that even mean? It's just not updated? Visual Studio 2010, that's 10.0. So, okay. So what am I supposed to write there then? Visual Studio 2022, Visual Studio 17, Visual Studio... I don't get it. Anyway. Where is the distro? Flat buffers. Available as open source under the Apache license. Hello, Kebj. How's it going? Now, here it's also very special because when you want to build a GitHub repository, it's not always straightforward. Because you would be like, all right, we'll just download the repository and then we use that, right? But no, when you when you're gonna build Asprite, you have to download it via the command line. Otherwise, you get like the wrong thing to build it. So, what am I supposed to do here? Should I just download code? Hold on. Clone. Download zip. Can I? Let's see. How do you clone it? How to git clone on Windows? Open git bash. Just go to the git download folder. Download git. Use Vim as Git's default editor. The Vim editor, while powerful, can be hard to use. Vim is the default editor of Git for Windows only for historical reasons, and it is highly recommended to switch to a modern GUI instead. Okay. But it doesn't want to use Visual Studio proper, so we'll just use Notepad++. Let Git use its default branch name, currently master, for the initial branch in a newly created repository. I don't give a shit. Git from command line and also third-party software. This option adds only some minimal Git wrappers to your path to avoid cluttering your environment with optional Unix tools. You will be able to use Git from Git Bash, the command prompt, and the Windows PowerShell, as well as any third-party software. Yeah. Use bundle OpenSSH. I don't know what that means. Use the OpenSSL library. I don't know what that means. Check out Windows style, commit Unix style line endings. I don't know what that means. Use min_tty, the default terminal of msys2. I don't know what that means. Choose the default behavior of git pull. Default, fast forward or merge. I don't know what that means. Choose a credentials helper. Git credential manager. Sure, whatever. Which features would you like to enable? Enable file system caching. File system data will be read in bulk and cached in memory for certain operations. This provides a significant performance boost. Sure, whatever. Configuring experimental options. Enable experimental support for sudo consoles. Built-in file system monitor. Sure, whatever. Like the thing is, I'm not a real programmer. I only know how to program in Unity. You don't need to use Git. You don't need to build shit using CMake or anything like that. So I don't really know how to do it. I've done it before, but only like once, and with significant guidance from a guide. All right, so what happens now if I open, let's say, this? We make a folder called Git. We open it. Type in cmd, open the folder right away. What do I even need to type? Like git clone. If we type git, it's gonna say fetch, pull, push, clone a repository into a new directory. Git help. Can I type git help clone? No. Git help A and git help G list available subcommands and some concept guides. Git clone. Repo. Git clone. Can I just type Google/flatbuffers? No. What about the full HTTP then? Seems to work. Programmer's Guide. Building. And then it's done. And we do cd flat buffers. And then we try cmake g Visual Studio. I don't know what to put there. DC make build underscore type equals release. That did not seem to work. Visual Studio 17. Is that what I'm supposed to write? Configuration incomplete. Errors occurred. Do not find any instance of Visual Studio. Okay. Generators. Do I need to type 17 2022? Like that? Do not find any instance of Visual Studio. No, of course not. It's not like I have it open right here or anything. And we are using Visual Studio 2022. All right, Google CMake Visual Studio 2022. But do I have to type A 64? Generated does not match the platform used previously. What about Win32? No. See, this is why programming fucking sucks ass. And it's all because of other programmers. Because nothing ever works. What am I supposed to do? I've got flat buffers here, right? CMake lists. What if I literally just type 10 here? Does not match the generator used previously. Visual Studio 2022. Yeah, I know that. No source or binary directory provided. Both will be assumed to be the same as the current working directory, but note that this warning will become a fatal error in future CMake releases. Okay, so Okay, so what do you want from me? Path to source. And then we try. What is the path? G git lat buffers. Do not find any instance of Visual Studio. Fuck you. CMake could not find any instance of Visual Studio. CS 2022. Open Visual Studio, go to Tools, Tools and Features. Get Tools and Features. In the Workloads tab, enable Desktop and Development. Do I really need that? I want this. But does it use C++? Visual C++ tools for CMake. Let's see here. Desktop development there. CMake tools there. Yeah, remove everything. Okay, we need that. Telecode, fuck you. Alright, we need these two. But what about here? No, CMake uses it uses this. Individual components. C++ CMake tools for Windows. Yeah, that's that. Why did it become bigger? Because I also have that one selected now. Stop unchecking it, you fucking bitch. Alright, we need to download 3 gigabytes here. Yes. Probably turn this off. See, would it have been so much to ask here that they make sure that that's what they ask for? Because they're not asking for Visual Studio. They're asking for this specific C++ tool in the Visual Studio installer. So why don't they just write that? No, because they're programmers. And programmers are... Like there's something wrong with programmers. Like with every programmer. They don't understand that kind of stuff. We recommend rebooting soon to clean up any remaining files. Fuck you. Alright. Oh! Oh! No. No, still, still error. Selecting Windows SDK version to target Windows 10, blah blah blah. The CXX compiler identification is unknown. No CMake CXX compiler could be found. Yeah, I mean, wasn't that optional? I thought you wanted to use the GCC, and that should be in Visual Studio. Fucking bitch. Note that use of Clang instead of C. To use Clang instead of GCC, you may need to set up your environment variables. Yeah, but I'm not trying to use Clang. Just use GCC. You fucking retard. Alright, fine, I'll download fucking Clang too. No, give me the binary. I don't want to build LLVM, please. Open the page. Clang. Alright. Clang plus LLVM, Arch, ARM, PowerPC 64, x86, 64, Apple, Darwin, unknown Linux. Yeah, I want Clang, but none of these are Windows. I mean, x64 and or x86 and 64, that's Windows, but then it says unknown Linux GNU afterwards. Like, what does this mean? This is what we want. LLVM Win64, I think. Fuck programming. So hard. Give me that LLVM. Luckily, I've used all of these before, but I don't really remember much. It should be straightforward from here, kind of. It's straightforward. Add it to path. I don't think we need to. We need to add that to path. Fine. Fine, we'll add that bullshit to path. Is it done? Are we done? Let's see. I don't know. I think we have to. No CMake CXX compiler could be found. Okay. That buffers. Where was it? I have too many windows open here. Set up your environment variable. Yeah? How do I set up my environment variables? How do I add them here? CMake. We have to just run help again here. So how do we run, or how do we add options? Create, update a CMake cache entry. Specify a build system generator. Platform name, toolchain, CMake toolchain file. Trace, warn, check, compile. It doesn't say anything about that. Alright, I know an easy way to figure this out, I think. Check out the compile guide here. No, it's not here. Okay, Google, CMake, Lang. How do I tell CMake to use Clang on Windows? Part you need to know is setting the right toolset with the CMake command line option. P LLVM PS 2022. What's this bullshit? CMake cache? Fuck off. Build failed. Failed to run ms build command. Why? Build failed. Build failed. Build tools for LLVM. Alright, let's Google. LLVM build tools VS 2022. I wonder if we can use Ninja. I don't get why this is such a problem right now. And like here, like what the fuck does this even mean? Note that to use Clang instead of GCC, you may need to set up your environment variables, e.g. cc equals /user bin Clang. Like, what the fuck does this even mean? No? Copy it in? The fuck? Copy? That doesn't do anything. Like, what? What is this? Alright, let's download Ninja. Download the Ninja binary. What do you do with that? You put it in like system 32 or something. Yeah. I know. Why do I have to delete that one every single time? Hold on. Fairy Fencer soundtrack. Let's see here. Delete. Goodbye. So now I need to delete the make cache. Tell CMake where to find the compiler by setting either the environment variable cxx or the CMake cache entry CMake cxx compiler to the full path to the compiler, or use the compiler name if it's in the path. Yeah. Yeah, I know. This is what I'm saying. I don't know where to input that shit. CMake cxx compiler not found. I don't know how he cannot find it when it's right there. Full panel system, advanced system settings, environment variables, and then in the path here. We have llvm/bin. Does that not contain the correct shit? Program files, llvm bin. Clang, clang, clang. Okay, so it doesn't want clang, it wants something else, because I mean it's right there. Okay, but it's supposed to be Clang. So the XX compiler file path. Does it need to be like that? During release builds. Clang++.exe is not a full path and was not found in the path. How is it not found in the path, you fucking piece of shit? It's right there. You stupid retard. Or are you specifically using this? Are you that trash? Is it... Oh, am I... Hold on. CMD. Is it not run as administrator? Is that what's going on here? And then we do cmake, g ninja, g colon git slash flat buffers. Configuration incomplete. But yeah, that was what was happening. Even though it had been added to the path, because I didn't run it as admin, it was using these user variables. And it doesn't contain anything. Error could not open shell 32. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Kernel 32. No such file. All right, let's try using the Visual Studio one again. Visual Studio 1722. Hit this. Yeah, now it's doing the same. CMake CXX compiler could not be found. Why is that? It should still be the same. Path to program, FileMake, CMake, AR not found. What is that? Flags used by the CXX compiler. But now it doesn't show path anymore. CMake linker. CMake. No CMake CXX compiler could be found. Shows 10. Okay, what about AX64? And then we have to once again delete this piece of shit file. Whatever it is. I have too many things open. There. Nope. Right. Google.com Visual Studio GCC. Not found. But it doesn't say. Oh wait. No. I think I might have skipped one important thing. I think you need the SDK. Let's see if it works with the SDK. Install. All right. That looks a lot better. Not sure what the hell we got here though. Samples. This is where it should be. Tests. Sample binary. It's supposed to be called flat C something. EC file. Flat C executable. Okay, where is it? No flat C executable. Ah! Am I retarded? Um. Build files have been written to G colon git flat B. But see, now all you get is the build files. So okay, now we have CMaked it, and now we need to build. Then build as normal for your platform. How the fuck do you do that? Okay, hold on. Let me look at the Sprite GitHub again. Is that when you use Ninja? Where you use Ninja? All right, let's try Ninja. Ninja. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Let's do this. cd dot dot. And then we go here. Rename this to build. Put it in here. Wait, no. We already have the build. There, cd flat buffers, cd build, ninja flat buffers. Okay, so how do we build it with Visual Studio? Build, how to build CMake Visual Studio 2022. You just pop open the solution and we build it from here. Is that how it works? I don't know how to do this. Build solution. Ready. Unreachable code. Um. Okay. Like why does it say G colon git flat B? Oh wait. No, it's fucked up. Delete the build file. Open somewhere. I don't know where it's open. Here. Delete. Let's close some trash here. find. G, git, flat B, delete, flat buffers. Okay. I'm gonna put this back inside one of these. There. LVM, go away. Make clear build. CMake the Visual Studio 17 2022. G colon git flat buffers. Right? There. And now that's built. Then go into build. You open the solution. Now, the thing is, I don't know how to build Visual Studio 2010. How to release build. Create a release build. Select release from the solution configuration. Here. Okay, can you show a fucking picture, you fucking bitch? Drop down list, which is on the standard toolbar. There are like 6 toolbars. There. And then you go into build and click build. Let's see if it works now. The best part is I don't even know if this is what we need. Oh boy. This time we got no errors. 2 skipped because they were for testing, I think. Release. Flat C. Ah, finally, there it is. Okay, so now we have the files. Now, can we find the original page we were looking at? here now. This is the file we were looking for, or the page we were looking for. And now they've got flat buffers Unity instead. So we might have to download and build that instead. Build flatbuffers.net DLL compatible with Unity. Based on .NET Docker image, easy flat C schema code generation using Docker container. Grant .NET DLL for Unity from releases. Oh, is that all I needed to do? Just download that shit. I didn't even need to build anything. Okay, cool. Make extract DLL. All right, so we have a Unity DLL, and I don't know really where to put DLLs for Unity. Unity, where to put DLLs? Just place it inside your Unity project in the assets directory. All right. We didn't need to do any of that. So where's my download folder? There. And what was it called? Flat buffers DLL. Now we need to figure out what this schema shit is. Almost break time. Example IDL file for our monster schema. Namespace mygame.sample. And here, I think we only need to, like, the table seems fine, but I think we only need to use a struct. So we can do a table first. Call it tile. Fucking Christ. So here's the question, does it support vector 4? Otherwise I have to change that. Oh, right. They make their own struct. There you have X float, Y float, Z float, W float. And then in tile here, You can set default. But since this is a struct, how do you set the struct? What does this mean? Friendly? Friendly bool equals false. Oh, right. Now this should be tile index visible bool equals true. Room number byte. Slice through tile bitwise equal byte equals 255. Building number byte equals 255. Room ID byte equals 255. Selected bool false. And that should really be it. Root type monster. What does that mean? The root declares what will be the root table for the serialized data. Oof. It is time for a break. Fields may not be added or deprecated. And I don't understand what they mean. The Boolean 8 bits? I don't know what I'm doing either. No, it's like there are different methods of saving information or writing information to a file. What we have been using is called JSON, and JSON just stores all your variables and their values as plain text, which is super slow and super inefficient. Accessing it takes forever, saving takes forever. So I'm looking into something called flat buffers, and flat buffers has something called, now what am I saying? But to use flat buffers, you need to download. You need to build the executable for it, and that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to compile the executable for flat buffers, so that the flat buffers can do their job. And I was going through that for 2 hours now, and at the end of it, I figured out that those other guys that I was reading the tutorial for how to use it with Unity, they already made a DLL file, and they already put it on their GitHub page in the releases, and you could just download it. Nothing is built into Visual Studio. That's the thing. It can be, however. See, when you go into Visual Studio and you click Tools, Get Tools and Features, this is where you get everything that Visual Studio has to offer, right? So if you go into C++ desktop development, here on the side you get a bunch of optional shit. And what I did was I unchecked everything except for C++ CMake tools for Windows, which is what I needed, and also this MSVC Visual Studio thing, because this depended on it. But what you also needed is the Windows 10 SDK, because that contains the gcc.exe compiler that actually can build the program. And that's what I was missing. And I was trying to use like other things that I've used in the past, but didn't want to work. So it's not built in unless you get this very specific thing that you have to know contains it. Of course, the Windows 10 SDK contains the compiler. Fucking morons. Who doesn't know that? And it didn't help that the compilation tutorial page for flat buffers literally just said, just build it like you usually do for your platform. I'm like, okay, thanks. I know that. I know how to do that. This is a tough Monday start. Holy shit. But it's break time. I'm gonna put on some underpants and go for a run. Wonder if I could find ramen that isn't a brick of oil. Just buy basic egg noodles, dude. Just add your own spices. They sell giant blocks of egg noodles. I have some in my cupboard. Look. Egg noodles. Oh, Ica Asia. Egg noodles. You know? They just come with a bunch of noodles like that. Easy. What are they made out of? 86% flour. 5% egg. 5% egg, that's an egg noodle. Hmm. Flour, water, egg, salt. Yummy. Carbohydrates, 66 grams. Absolutely insane. I need a seasoning to replicate the packet. Like 99%. It depends on which one you get. Like if it's... Honestly, I just buy bouillon cubes. Like beef bouillon cube. Otherwise, the spicy one is just like paprika and cayenne. More or less. Bouillon cubes are good. You can chop them up. You don't need to use the entire thing either. Unless you're making a lot. Why did I buy it? Why did I bite it? I'm gonna put it back. Yeah, I mean, it's better. Like, buying the pre-made noodle packages with the spices, they're super expensive. Like, if you compare it to spaghetti, you can get like a kilo of spaghetti for the same price as like 4 packages of noodles. I was looking at. I don't think they have anything. They didn't really have anything good for sale at the store this week. Still have lots of ham steaks, but I'm kind of getting tired of eating them every single day. I'm gonna eat one today as well. Boiled ham steaks. They're boiled. It's a boiled ham that I just cut up into big steaks. It was pretty nice, actually. What do you have today? More pork fillet? I don't... Man, I've been eating that like 3 weeks straight. Chicken breast fillet. Got sausages. Sausages are shit food, but I think I can kind of go with sausages now and then. It's just they're usually like 30% flour. Got bacon. I should buy bacon. I haven't been eating bacon for a while. Pulled pork. Aren't they just meat? No, almost no sausages are only meat. If you go for like the expensive ones, it's pretty... They're the ones that have the most meat, but like our most common sausage, the falukorv, it's like 40% meat. And even worse, hot dogs are like 17% meat. We have one called bullenskorv, which apparently is super disgusting if you know how it's made, but that one's like 30% meat or something. Like most sausages are not great. You can make your own sausages, but then you have to find, like, you have to be able to buy skin, right? Or something to put the meat into. And where the fuck do you get that? Like, you can't buy that. Like intestines. Ziska. Not a very good week there. What about Ika? I don't think you can buy that here. Well, not in my town. Teeny tiny town. I have a grinder, a hand-driven meat grinder. Or rather, my mom has one, but she was gonna give it to me. I just never remember. Easterband. That's a sausage. I don't know how much meat it is, though. The reklamblad there. Ground beef, only $10 per kilo, I think. Hmm. They don't really seem to have anything interesting this week anywhere. I might go get those sausages, though. Like, even if it's cut a little bit, it's not that bad. And pulled pork. Oh, that's super expensive, too. Yeah, I'd rather just buy ground beef. Bacon and sausage. Let's go buy that. I'll be back in 30 minutes. As usual. Hey, and we're back. Ooh, cold. It's cold to walk outside. Oh, shit. Is this all we need then? Now, the real question is this how we want to do it? Like, should the one schema file just be each tile, or should I somehow make the schema file be like the whole 3D array? Because I think I could do that. Fixed length collection. Hmm. That just says my file, right? Or my file identifier. That. Man, I really wish they had like a Discord or something. Struct. Struct no matches. Fuck off. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to rework the tiles. And that is extremely unfortunate because they are used everywhere. Because the fact that we have a vector 4 here makes it really difficult. I want the vector 4 to be... Well, does it really matter? Because if it's... Since it's a struct, if it gets set to default, then that's gonna be 0, 0, 0, 0. And any tile that has tile index W as 0 is basically null. I mean, that's not entirely true either. But I guess it's fine. Nah, it should be fine. All right, let's figure out how to do this. Tutorial. C#. Writing the monster flat buffer schema. We've got that. Now, you can see here that you can have a table inside a table. Right? Yeah. See here, it's an array of tables even. Okay, so a vector of tables. A vector of structs. So we might end up wanting something like that, and then inside we have tiles. I don't know, like that. But then I think the tile matrix would have to be the root. And the reason for this is so that the tile matrix would also need to have a size, right? What is an int16? C#int16. That's, I mean, that's a 16-bit. Can go up to 32,000. What about an int8? Is that a thing? Okay, an 8-byte int is called, or an 8-bit int is called a byte or an S byte. So for size, we need an int 16 minimum. And for Z, we technically only need or rather a byte. Because the Z, well, I guess technically we could have a map that's higher than 255 tiles, but I highly doubt that. That's a huge tower. Like, what's 18 times 4? 72. 18 times 5, 90. Oh. That would be 51 character heights. So, like, roughly 100 meters tall. Yeah, we definitely don't need that, but that should be easy to change anyway. Well, we can make it be an int 16 just for now. Um, and then here the root type would have to be tile matrix. Oh, stop! His tiles are contained within the tile matrix. That. Gonna make the namespace be LOT. Alright. After you have written the flat buffer's schema, the next step is to compile it. If you have not already done so, please follow these instructions to build flat C. The flat buffer compiler. Alright, so that's what we need the flat buffer compiler for. So we did need that after all. Once flat C is built successfully, compile the schema for your language. Flat C, C# monster FPS. Alright, so this needs to be saved in g:" git flat buffers build release as tilematrix.fps. And then here we go to cd release. We type flat C. C sharp. Error. Field names should be lowercase snake case. Okay. It's important apparently. File matrix. What? An invalid number 255 on 23. So that's here it's a byte. But here I use bytes all the time. C# S byte. What's an S byte? Byte stands for unsigned byte. The byte is an immutable value type, and the range of byte is from 0 to 255. An S byte is a signed integer, which is minus 1282 plus 127. So why the fuck is it complaining about a byte being 255? Fuck you. Is there something called a U byte then? It's so weird. All right, so how about we type ubyte, 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 ubyte. Save. Then we try this again. Field name should be lowercase, 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 lowercase. Unknown root type tile matrix. It's just fine this time. And now we have... Whew. Validate version. Get root as tile. Okay, so a table can have proper camel. Well, in this case, it's got proper cases like that. Unknown root. Change the... There. Get root as tile matrix. But I think this is let's start with that. Let's just start with them as tiles. There, and we try that. Then there's save as tile FPS. Just so we can save one tile. No, don't overcomplicate it before we get that functional. In here. There, now we have a tile and we have a vector 4. But I don't really understand if I'm supposed to use this, like as the data type in the project, or if we're... Because that's probably what we're doing, right? Reading and writing monster flat buffers. Okay. So it said something about tables in tables. Create a vector of nested objects, e.g. table, strings, or other vectors, collect their offsets into a temporary data structure, then create an additional vector containing their offsets. I don't understand what that means. Pass the weap's array into the create weapons vector method to create a flat buffer vector. Oi, oh. Offsets into the serialized data. Like, what are these words you're using, you fucker? What do you mean an offset? Important, unlike structs, you should not nest tables or other objects, which is why we created the strings/vectors/tables that this monster refers to before start. If you try to create any of them between start and end, you will get an asset/exception/panic depending on your language. Um, so path, add path, builder path. Okay, so you can do it. But start path vector. FBB, what does that mean? What does that mean? Why does it say FBB? Why are you using FBB there? I hate programmers. Fuck you. What is that? You just named it that? Start path vector. Let's see here. What about that? No, that doesn't show anywhere else. What's FBB? Is this just like what it's initialized as, and then FBB.endVector? What's FBB? So is this just what you're calling it? I don't fucking get it. FBB. Flat buffers. It has to mean something in here. Like FBB flat buffers something. Flat buffers builder. Is that it? Create vector of tables. I think we just have to kind of go with it. It says FBB, that's it. We just gotta go with that. Um... But yeah, see. Now I think it should be stored like a flat buffer, and like we should be using it as a flat buffer in the game as well. Because that way, all we need to do is just load it in and do like the tile matrix equals this data we just loaded in. Because otherwise, I have to do a conversion step to convert it, right? That's how I'm understanding it, at least. Because here, it's just a struct, just like it was before, except now it's inheriting from I flat buffer object. It does have the same stuff here, but I also have to rename all of it in my current tile so that I can just put this in and it'll work. Because all of these, like this is called tile index with big T and a small I, but I use camel case normally, so I don't really know what they want to call this. I don't really know why they do this. Because you input it as snake case with only small characters in the names, and then they change it to have a large character in the beginning. I just don't really get it. The sausages I bought, they varied from like 63% meat to 75% meat. I bought the ones with 75% meat. It depended on the type, like what spicing they had and filling. Still a lot of not meat, but it's fine now and then. Hmm. Oh, start report. Yeah, who is this report for? Everyone on Twitter attacked for your identity? No. Shit. Okay. Here's the real tile. Rename tile index to tile index. 216 references. I don't want to do that manually. Visible to visible. The large. Room number. It will be room number. 4 fucking references. Building number. And we just... There. Room ID. Selected. But you see, I called these ubyte in the text file, and now they're all converted to byte. So that did work right. It's pretty weird, because that means if I type a byte, it'll be converted to an S byte. I think before we do anything more here, we're gonna back up the project again. It's a little while. Oh, this is so tedious. Oh, I hate learning things. Oh, fuck, learning things. Like being back in school. Except it doesn't suck quite as bad. Come on. Yeah, it's the Unity log file, nobody cares. Alright, so what we gotta do now is we gotta go to tile and we're gonna name it tile backup. Then we're gonna into Unity. Gonna find scripts. It's called tile. Gonna rename it to tile backup. And then we're gonna go and we're gonna nab my LOC folder into scripts. Paste them in there and we'll see. The namespace table could not be found. Right? What the fuck does that mean? Hmm. Are we using .NET Standard now? Or where is it? Player? .NET Standard 2.0. What I think is happening is that we are using a version that is like 400 million years newer than the DLL that this guy supplied us with. So we're gonna have to compile our own DLL. See if we can manage that. That buffers.csproj. See here, build, release. Let's add that. Then I am going to that buffers csproj. What? That buffers dot test csproj. No such thing, you fucking bitch. Flat buffers slash .net slash flat buffers. Okay, so we do cmd. Run as administrator. On cd git. And we do git clone. Fatal. Not found. That's because it's it's just a part of this, right? So you just do that and we get the thing again. It's just easier to start from scratch when you're compiling, because it creates like make files and stuff, and it's just annoying to know what it's done. So now in this new folder here, there's something called net flat buffers. And here it has a csproj thing. Now, how the hell do you build it? And then you do .NET build f net standard 2.0 lat buffers. Doesn't exist. It's got one called net 35 csproj, but that's the only one. So I guess that's the one we want. Fuck you. I think it's doing the same again. See, here it's .NET Framework version 3.5. .NET Core SDK, but don't I have this already? I do. Oh, you can't. I What are the odds I don't have .NET effects already? Or retarget your application. See, that's what's so weird. Is it this google.flatbuffers? Oh, wait. Is it that one? Yes. Now I have a DLL there. Flatbuffers.dll. Let's get rid of that. Let's add google.flatbuffers.dll. And then we open this. We re-add Google here. Dude, what did it say before? It won't undo. But we should be able to find it there. That's what it said. Now there are no errors. Type or namespace tile could not be found. But it should be able to be found. Because now we have a struct right there. And this tile exists in assets, LOT tile. But what is happening is that all these scripts that are complaining right now, they need to use using LOT. That's what's happening. Which unfortunately means we have to add this everywhere so it stops complaining. Still complaining here. Spec 4 does not contain a definition of W. So this struct, we can't access the W. How would you do it then? Get value or default. Dot value. Dot W. Is that how it has to be? I don't like that, but better than not being able to access it.
This also, unfortunately, means a shitload of work to get this to work again. But what we can do is we can do this. Because we have backed it up, right? So dot tile index dot w, and then we replace that with dot tile index dot w dot value. Or rather, we find the tile index and we replace that with tile index dot value. And now we need to find everywhere that says tile index dot value dot w and replace it with a large W. Match case 30 occurrences. What next? Why would that even happen? And now here is the thing. What is a vec4? Can I make a vec4? Yeah, this is where it's fucked. But, so how do we set that value? But assign. Oh boy. Now, I find this to be very, very confusing. Because it's calling this a vec4 question mark. Why is it a question mark?
Right? It's just supposed to be vec4. Maybe it does that always. But I'm kind of wondering if this is a mistake still. I think because it does say something about structs not that they shouldn't be changed. And if we're going to use the tiles as a struct, then that should probably just be a table as well. Ooh, very, very, very confusing. I wonder, like, I kind of wonder what happens if I type like vector4 here. Is that going to conflict? What was it I had to do? It needs to say -n, I think. Java, CPP, C sharp is -n. Type reference but not defined. Vec4. There, now we get a little file. Here somewhere. There. But it still says question mark. Which fucks me up. That doesn't really help, right? But now, it has like room number and stuff, so... What if we go over here and we say tile matrix 0, 0, 0 dot selected equals true? No, everything there, everything is read only. So is this how we want to do it? I don't think so. I think this should be save and load data only, and then it gets converted to a regular tile. All right, one more stretch here. Because the thing is, in able to read or write to these things, monster.startPathVector. It's the, like, reading and writing to it is just a mess. So we're not gonna do this. I'm gonna convert it back, and then this is not going to be called a tile. This is going to be called tile, like tile data or tile flat buffer. And then we're gonna save it like that, because this is what we need to do to create the flat buffer, right? We need to do all of this and input everything we have in the tile currently. But I can't go around doing this every single time that I need to like change a tile or something.
It's just a pain in the ass. It really makes no sense to store it that way. I'll be right back. But I'm not gonna work for much longer today. Gonna put on some sausages, and when those are done, I'll probably be done. But what we need to do then is close this project. Go into the project folder. Hold copy. Rename it to FB failure. There, now we have FB failure. Now we just need to go back to my backup folder. Copy it back. Seven-minute clip like that. He's opening his sausages. Me waiting for my sausage. After a full day of programming. No, I don't have time for a 7-minute video. Pouring syrup on his sausage. Like a true Canadian. We open up Unity Hub again.
That open. There. And then we go in here. Table tile data. It should not contain selected. Should also not contain visible. I also don't think it needs to contain room ID, but we'll deal with that later down the line. Uh, what is W? And what is Z? Tile type, right. It should honestly be an enum. I don't know if it's worth really reworking that. Oh, I haven't put the DLL file here yet. There. Now we have flat buffers in here. There's the flat buffers thing here somewhere. Level save data. Here's the file reader. When we press the OK button, using Google.flatbuffers, using LOT, where is it? There, OK button. Create a flat buffer builder, which will be used to create our monster's flat buffer. Okay, var builder equals new flat buffer builder 124. After creating the builder, we can start serializing our data. Before we make our orc monster, let's create some weapons, sword, and an axe. So we need var t index equals builder.create I mean create string, create weapon. Create vec4 builder like that. Serialize a name for our monster called orc. Var name builder create string orc. Second.
Here, put some sausages on the thing. Start inventory vector. And then you do monster. Add a tile index, and that's just gonna be key index. So in each case, it needs to say builder, tile data dot add add room number builder 5 tile data dot add lies through tile bitwise builder 2 tile data dot add building number builder 5 4 tile data dot add room ID builder 1. Var tile data equals tile data dot end tile data builder buffer is now ready to be stored somewhere, sent over the network, be compressed, or whatever you want like to do with it. Now you can write the bytes to a file or send them over the network. Okay, so we do file.write all bytes, string path this starts from assets here. And let's just try naming it test tile. Is that all we need? bytes to write tile data. No. Tile data. Cannot convert from Google flat buffers offset to byte array. File.write. Let's go back to that other site I was on. That buffers in Unity. How are you guys writing it? Nope, that doesn't help. Okay, so here they're doing some bullshit. Byte, they make a byte array. And that's how they're reading it. They're reading it as a byte array. And then they have a byte buffer here that they add as a variable. So they convert it from a byte array to a byte buffer. So how do you do the opposite? I never see it touching on that. So we need a byte array. Byte buffer int position. Byte array allocator. Byte buffer. Oh, there's something here. You finish the buffer. Builder dot. You could also call monster dot finish monster buffer. Tile dot. Okay, the variable is called orc. So we do builder dot finish tile data dot value. And then the buffer is ready to be stored. What does that mean? Oh, there it is. Builder dot size byte array. There. And now we can do file dot write all bytes byte data. Correct? Shit, did I forget to remove the, yeah. Still writing the JSON, it's gonna take forever. You done? Let's see, where did I put the save files that I saved? Editor data levels. There, yeah. Delete all that. Right, now here we've got our string bullshit. Let's get rid of that. And oh, I hate when you do that. Test tile gets written there as a file. Contains a bunch of shit. Then let's put the test tile in editor data slash levels in the same way we did here. And what was that path? so. There, now it says que LOT level. But now really the only way to test if it works is to implement some kind of load function. So I think I'm gonna stop here. Like we can export these as with this. Though one more thing we should do. Is this should really be in a for loop, right? So what we need is a list of byte arrays, maybe? I don't know if this is gonna work. And then we have a builder there. This is gonna be for Z. It's just this, so. Now, I don't know about this builder shit. I think the builder should just be out up there before. But what about this? Start tile data. Here we need create vec4 builder, and then this is just gonna be temp matrix dot tile x y z dot tile index dot x. Y Z W. like that. And then we do var data equals tile data. Do that, and then we do test byte list dot add that. But the difficult question is, how do I write this to a byte array? Because now we have a list of byte arrays, right? And they all need to be written to this. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. I don't think I can figure this out today. Because the thing is, we need to convert the entire matrix. And for that, that's why I kind of felt like we should make this thing. It shouldn't be the tile data. It should be the tile matrix. Like, it should contain the whole thing. But I'm not really sure how to do it. Go though. There. Because here there's something called start path. Start path vector here. And I think this is what we need to do. It needs to just be a vector. And then you do tile data dot start tile vector. And then you make this into a for loop. And it just loops this until it is looped in every single tile. And then you do end vector. Right? Because the path here, let's see. The path is a vector 3. But here in weapons, he has a vector of tables. The subtable used within our flat buffer, it's used twice. It should be doable. But we do that tomorrow. I'm gonna go and eat some sausages, and then we'll stream Pillars of Eternity in like an hour or 30 minutes to half an hour, 30 minutes to an hour. So I'll be back later. I'll see you then. Bye bye.